All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaci, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry about the lateness. I take full responsibility. It's my fault. Today we continue with the testimony of witness 04746. I note that Mr. Thaci, Mr. Veseli, Mr. Selimi, and Mr. Krasniqi are all present in the courtroom today. Before I invite the witness into the room, there are a few housekeeping matters to be dealt with. First of all, the panel would like to hear from the defense on their revised time estimates for the cross-examination of witness 04746. Mr. Thaci's defense, any change?
No change.
All right.
As I indicated, we will be revising our 3-hour time estimate downwards, probably to, I'm going to say 2 hours, but it'll be less than 2 hours.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honour. Ours is revised down to about 5 hours now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, we anticipate being about 4 hours.
Thank you. I'm sorry. The panel is of the view that the cross-examination may be somewhat exaggerated or lengthy, but I appreciate the efforts to pare it back. We're not arguing with you about that. This was a lengthy testimony, and I know you have a lot of questions. This being said, according to the updated cross-examination estimates we have just heard, and taking into account the potential redirect examination by the SPO and questions from the panel, the testimony of witness 0476 is likely to last until next Wednesday or Thursday. Does the prosecution have anything to add, knowing now these estimates? Or are you still of the belief that you probably can't get to another witness?
Your Honour, we think it's unlikely because
I'm sorry.
it's yet to be determined, obviously, but I would anticipate I may need redirect, as you mentioned, and I expect this witness will take most of next week.
Yes, and as I said, we understand it is a lengthy witness. It's a witness with a lot of information, and I'm sure you all want to absorb it. So this will likely leave enough time, will be unlikely to leave enough time for testimony of another witness to be heard in full, and we want to give you some definite planning so that you know where you're going next week, and not to mention the risk of organizational efforts to bring a reserve witness in, which could be frustrated if the testimony of witness 04746 lasts longer than foreseen. The panel therefore proposes that no reserve witness be called in the July evidentiary block. Witnesses 04746's testimony will conclude the evidentiary block. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes, thank you, Your Honour.
Yes, Your Honour.
Thank you. Moving on now, the panel will render its decision on the request from Victims' Counsel for leave to question witness 04746. Madam Court Officer, please bring us into private session. Victims' counsel sought leave from the panel to question witness 04746 with a view to elicit clarifications on certain issues allegedly relating to the personal interests of two victims participating in the proceedings. The defense opposed the request in relation to one of the two victims participating in the proceedings, arguing that the victim's counsel did not provide timely notice for such request, and that allowing victim's counsel to question witness 04746 regarding the participating victim would be prejudicial to the defense's preparation for its cross-examination of the witness. At the outset, the panel notes that the witness 04746 is not a victim in these proceedings. Having considered victims' counsel's application for leave to question witness 04746, and after hearing the parties, the panel is not satisfied that the clarifications victims' counsel seeks to elicit allowing victims' counsel to ask questions of a witness pursuant to Rule 114, sub 4. Second, the panel is of the view that it was primarily the responsibility of the SPO to elicit the clarifications of victims' counsel that victims' counsel now wishes to elicit about the concerned victim participating in the proceedings. The panel further observes that nothing that has been said by witness 04746 in our proceedings
Your Honors, we're now in public session.
All right. Madam Court Usher, you may bring the witness in. Yes, Madam Prosecutor.
Your Honours, while this is happening, maybe I could make a proposal in relation to the exhibits I wanted to tender. I do have the list. It's quite a lengthy list of numbers, and of course there's the possibility that it will be added to during the remainder of the testimony. So in this specific instance, our proposal would be that we make a short filing following his testimony with the lengthy list, if that's
I
agreeable.
approve that entirely. Thank you very much. And Defense Counsel will have an opportunity to review that, and we'll ask at least oral submissions on it at the time. You may be seated, witness. Good morning, witness. This morning,
Good morning.
examination of you, commencing with the Thaci defense, and then through the Veseli, Salimi, and then Krasniqi. Mr. Mislicic has the floor. Please answer his questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Mustafa. My name is Luka Mishetic. I am counsel for Mr. Thaci. I have quite a bit of questions for you, so we are likely to be engaged for the rest of today and likely into some portion of tomorrow, so I appreciate your patience with my questions. If there's something I ask you that is unclear, I know you have some experience and you're a lawyer yourself, but please go ahead and ask me to rephrase so that we are clear in my question and in your answer. Do you understand?
I understand.
Here tomorrow.
Did I say tomorrow? I meant Monday. Sorry. Monday. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mustafa, I wanted to start off talking about a little bit about the location of the lap zone. The lap zone had a long border with Serbia, correct?
Correct.
Under questioning from the prosecutor that your operational zone comprised of Podujevo, Obilić, Pristina, and Fuš Kosova. Do you agree that all of the key Serbian institutions, administration, police, and paramilitary, were located in your zone?
I am not certain, but given that Pristina was the capital, we could say yes.
Army of Yugoslavia headquartered in Pristina for Kosovo. Its Kosovo headquarters, was it in Pristina?
Maybe in Niš or in Pristina, but I'm not certain, but I know a garrison was in Pristina.
Was there a Serbian MUP units in your zone?
Yes, throughout Kosovo.
Military units were located at the Grand Hotel in Pristina.
Yes, this was the case.
KOS, or Yugoslav military counterintelligence presence in Pristina.
Yes.
Was the main supply route from Serbia into Kosovo through the Merdare-Pristina main road?
Merdare was one of the main roads.
Was the Pristina-Leskovac train line the main train supply route into Kosovo for Serbia?
Yes.
You were asked a lot of questions yesterday about special war. Are you aware that Serbian institutions, both in your zone and outside of your zone, were engaged in a propaganda war against the KLA?
The Serbian state apparatus, with all its capabilities, was engaged in the war against the Albanian population.
propaganda war was being waged both within Yugoslavia and internationally. Is that correct?
We fought them as Serbian forces.
Yes, but are you aware, for example, that Serbia had engaged in a propaganda effort to label the KLA as, for example, terrorists?
Clear, yes.
Lists.
This was part of the propaganda as well, but it didn't function. It didn't work, really.
These Serbian state institutions in your zone, did they have collaborators operating within your zone?
There might have been, but their number was not significant, at least what we noticed. At that time, Albanians in general had left the Serbian state apparatus, so it could be that there were some, but they were not identified.
If I could call up Exhibit P00223, please. Let me ask you the first question. Would you agree with me that the KLA war was more propaganda than operational?
I agree.
In fact, enemy forces were able to enter any part of your zone that they really wanted to, correct?
Correct.
That you drew, this is not a defense line, correct? Serb forces could have gone across that line pretty much any time they wanted to, correct?
It's a defensive line, but not unbreachable by the enemy. If they tried to, they could breach. We could not prevent them from doing so.
Thank you very much. You were a fighter whose objective was to achieve the independence of Kosovo. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
The goal of independence for Kosovo could not be compromised or negotiated away. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
Peace plan that did not include at least the right of Kosovo to seek independence at some time in the future. Correct?
That's correct.
Let me ask you a different question now. Did you ever receive an order from Azam Sula?
No.
That question meant oral or in writing. Did you ever receive an oral or a written order from Azam Sula?
None, never.
Receive an order from someone purporting to be acting pursuant to an order from Azam Sula?
We didn't even know that Azam Sula had a significant post until the Ramwiye negotiations.
Fair to say that until February of 1999, you were under the impression that there was no overall commander of the KLA.
That's correct. Until we decided that the commander should be Suleiman Selimi, I had not been aware that the KLA did have a commander.
So if there's no, is it fair then to say that there was no commander above you in the KLA? There were just equal commanders, and those were the zone commanders, correct?
That's right.
So when we talked about Rambouillet yesterday, it was the zone commanders who had to give the general staff approval for the KLA delegation to go to Rambouillet, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it was the zone commanders in February of 1999 who appointed Suleiman Selimi because you thought there was no KLA commander, correct?
Yes.
And one of your concerns about the Rambouillet negotiations was that they would conclude with an agreement for autonomy but not independence. Correct?
Yes. At the time, we did not know the Rambouillet delegates and did not have the trust in them that we developed later.
But as I had said at the outset, you were someone who wanted Kosovo independence, and therefore, when the concern arose that there might be a negotiation that would not get independence, that caused you some concern, correct?
That's right.
And so isn't it true that Suleiman Selimi was appointed by the zone commanders to be the overall commander of the KLA, to send a message to the delegation at Rambouillet that they now had a commander and they were going to have to go back to Pristina to get approval for anything that they agreed to in Rambouillet, correct?
You can describe it as pressure on our delegation to return and agree with us and to abide by the objectives that we had to acquire independence for Kosovo.
You, the zone commanders who stayed behind in Kosovo, you wanted to tell the delegation at Rambouillet, we want Kosovo independence and you have to come back to us to get approval, correct?
Yes.
Now, were you aware at the time that the Albanian delegation included Mr. Thaci, Mr. Krasniqi, Mr. Sula, Mr. Haliti, and Rame Buja, in addition to Mr. Rugova?
Yes.
And it's true that the zone commanders understood that they were the ones that had the power to appoint an overall commander of the KLA, correct?
I'm not sure that we were all aware, however, we were all keen to do something good for the country.
If you appointed him, then you must have believed you had the power to appoint him, correct?
We thinking.
Let me ask a different way then. You, the zone commanders, appointed Suleiman Salimi to be the overall commander of the KLA in February 1999, correct?
Yes.
Actually became the overall commander of the KLA as a result of the decision of the zone commanders. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in an army, the general staff answers to the overall commander, correct?
Yes.
Your staff answered to you, correct?
Yes, correct.
Was appointed the general commander, the people in the general staff would answer to Suleiman Salimi, correct?
Yes.
If I could turn to a book you've been shown several times, and this is, again, from the book Commander Remy Speaks. This is SPOE 000-53307 in the English, and SPOE 00330271 in the Albanian, numbered page 85 in the text.
Can I get the fully arranged for the Albanian version?
SPOE 00330195 to 00330361. Okay. So, Mr. Mustafa, I am looking at the question that starts, where were the meetings of zone commanders held at the time? Who attended those meetings? And what was their usual procedure? And your answer begins, meetings of zone commanders were frequent and well prepared. How often would zone commanders meet? You say they met frequently, but how often is frequently?
For me, frequent, moving from one side of Kosovo to the other, would have been monthly.
So there were monthly meetings of zone commanders?
You may be able to describe it monthly because from where my headquarters were located to the general staff, it would have taken, at times, it would have taken a week's travel.
Start.
These meetings, in a partial or incomplete manner, had begun even before the death of Commander Yashari. However, regular meetings began when Bislim Zurabi came in June or July, the Chief of General Staff. I think that the meetings became more frequent and more organized in the months of November and December.
When Bislim Zarapi became Chief of Staff?
I know that he did become Chief of Staff, but I cannot recall the exact time.
If you're talking about meetings where Bislim Zarapi was chairing the meetings as Chief of Staff, would it be fair to say that these meetings, if Bislim Zarapi became the Chief of Staff only in November or December, would it be fair to say that these meetings of zone commanders chaired by Mr. Zarapi then began in November or December?
It is correct.
Now, continuing on with the text here, the third sentence begins, regardless of the fact that many times we were found in unviable situations, both as a Kosovo Liberation Army and as a separate zone, the decision for talks with internationals, which we finally decided to leave them to the KLA General Staff, as well as mutual support for difficult moments, such as supplying in weapons and transport of people from one zone to the other, all of this showed our fine cooperation and support for each other. What you're saying there, Mr. Mustafa, is that the zone commanders were the ones who decided to leave the decision for talks with internationals to the General Staff, correct?
Yes, that's what happened.
Mr. Mustafa, do you recall that you were interviewed by the BBC shortly after the war for a documentary?
There was a lot of interest to talk with zone commanders at the time, and it most certainly would have been the case, but I do not recall the details. I know that a lot of foreign outlets interviewed me.
Show you a video clip from that interview. It's somewhat lengthy, but I'm going to ask you to pay attention because at the end I'm going to ask you if everything that you said in that clip is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief. And if there are any mistakes or things you wish to correct in what you said, I'm going to ask you to correct them, so I'd ask you to please pay particular attention to the video clip. If we could please play DHT 01151.
Usher, can you help the witness with the location of his screen that he'll watch this on? It looks like it's away from him. Do you have that screen in front of you now, witness?
Well,
Thank you.
Yes.
Please.
Tell me whether you were for or against going to Rambouillet and what arguments you put forward to support your stand.
Prego anche sen por a făcundu școală în Rambouillet, e chiar argumentul central.
Kam sen për shkomin në Rambuj, por kam qenë në fillim jo për në shkrim, po veç për me shku edhe me thonë kërkesat tona që
And you said they should Right. Was it you who told us that you should not make the mistake of Dayton? And you should learn from Dayton, and you must go because at Dayton you didn't go, and that was the mistake?
Yeah.
No. Okay, so
Can we pause it for a second?
tell me, when they were at Dayton,
Sorry. There is a transcript here as well, and I'd like to have it so that for the benefit of the court and the parties, that they can follow along.
Interpreters know that we do not have the transcript and it's impossible to follow because of the overlap.
It should be the same number, DHT 01151-TR. If we could play it from the beginning, I apologize for, this is our first video, so.
tell me whether you were for or against going to Rambouillet and what arguments you put forward to support your stand.
Prego anche sen por a făcundu școală în Rambouillet, e chiar argumentul central.
Kam sen për shkomin.
I did. I was in favor, but initially not for signing, just going there and making public our demands.
And you said they should, right. Was it you who told us that you should not make the mistake of Dayton? And you should learn from Dayton, and you must go because at Dayton you didn't go, and that was the mistake?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
No.
Tell me, when they were at Dayton, what discussions you had sorry. When they were at Rambouillet, all right, draw wide now, is it? Do you want to relight?
No.
I'm just a touch up at the back, I can't see.
I'm having a moment just to dim those.
Yeah, okay, we'll cut for a sec. It's because Norma reminds me that you told us you couldn't go to the meeting about Rambouillet, but you phoned them and gave them your support, but said they must go with their uniforms to make a statement of here we are, the KLA. Can you tell me that story?
And trust them.
And don't trust.
No, Kiti me telefon, di thonë ju për krahë, shkoni, po shkoni të veshur me uniforma që me bëhet të klarin që edhe me UÇK-ja, edhe për edhe ju thonë mos u mashtroni, mos ju besoni.
Po, normalisht. Po, është
We couldn't go to the meeting because the war was going on, and most of the commanders that we were here should go there with weapons in KLA uniforms to present our aims. But you must not be fooled.
For a large part of the conference, it certainly looked as if you were right. Can you tell me about the phone conversations you had with members of the delegation at Rambouillet while they were there, and what you were saying to them, because you heard that they might be tricked into signing?
Këtë kohë dhe sa ka qenë delegacioni Rambouillet i dëgjuar që ka gjasa që ata mund të mashtrohen. Biseda telefonike që I ki pas në ta çka ju ki bën.
And pretend I am the person who you feel might sign them.
Edhe bënu kështë, dhe më kanë parafyron mu si personin cili do të mund të mashtrohen.
Atëherë kemi marrë telefonatat.
We had phone calls. We called all the members of the delegation who were there, and we threatened them that they should not sign. It's not an agreement. You're there to speak. You don't have the right to sign, and you cannot come to Kosovo. We did exert enormous pressure. We told them that they should come here and then go to Rambouillet.
You made a light threat, a light-hearted threat, didn't you? Tell me about that. I'll take a rocket and shoot your plane down. Okay.
Sorry, like, can I just remind him that she's just speaking to the eye and said
Yeah.
to them. First, Mr. Moore, my family based party for on you from farm. He's like a protector of their
Po. Gjatë kohës sa po zhvillohej Rambouillet, na kishim informata që ata po dojnë në shkoni.
We had information that they were about to sign an agreement which we did not like in a different way. I took the phone, I gave them a phone call and threatened them that you dare not sign it. And I remember when I told one of them that you know that we have anti-aircraft rockets which we will save. We will not use them on the Serbs, but we will take your plane down if you signed it. And they did what, in fact, they did what we told them. They came to consult with us in Kosovo. I told I can't remember, Pleurat Sediu or Sabri Kechmani, one of these two.
Did you discuss with Thaci by phone about Rambouillet, because he too was very worried?
Po.
Tell me what he said and what you said.
Adem Thaci
said that this conference is a mistake for the Albanians. They will not be able to achieve what they want to. There will be no referendum. And I trusted him. We were skeptical about the Rambouillet agreement until it was reached. And Adem Thaci was in no way happy about Rambouillet and the delegation that went there, or the agreement and the way the problem was presented there. We spoke to Thaci frequently, and he then decided to withdraw from the political director of the KLA.
when the delegation returned for this 2-week period before going to Paris, can you tell me about the conversation you had, the discussion you had with the leaders, and what Thaci said, what he advised, and how you responded? Because you feel he was saying the Serbs weren't signing.
Am una întrebări pe biserica și că ne pasur să aduce în școala cu eu, dar să facă parte în pace. Unde se și că am să nu tot nu școală.
Kanë qenë bisedime këto më të gjata të
All zone commanders were present and we discussed for a long time. Most of us in the beginning were against signing the agreement. However, on this day, Thaci and Jakub Krasniqi simplified things and they assured us, calling Madeleine Albright and other people from NATO, General Clark and others. They were saying we have guarantees from their side that we should give our yes to the agreement. They were trying to persuade us that the Serbs will not sign the document. We could not believe that the Serbs will not sign. We were pleased when the Serbs did not sign the document. Thaci's attitude convinced us, and we gave our agreement. We said yes.
And with reason. You thought the Serbs would still sign.
I told the delegation I would not be an obstacle. I think it's a mistake to go there because Serbs are going to sign. I have no doubts that I will not come out with a public statement that I oppose this since everybody is supporting it. I supported it, but in the end I guarantee that I will not be an obstacle.
Mr. Mustafa, were you able to follow everything in the video?
Well,
yes.
Everything you stated in that video true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Well,
yes.
Do you recall, you mentioned in the video that Mr. Thaci had told the zone commanders of certain assurances that had been provided by Madeleine Albright and General Clark. Do you remember right now what those assurances were?
Mr. Hashim Thaci was the chief of the delegation at Rambouillet, and he did all he could to convince us. I cannot return back and recall everything, but I know that he managed to persuade us one by one. And I know that the planet's most powerful people had met him, and we had guarantees that these meetings were being conducted, and so we were convinced by the trust that he created in us. I remained skeptical until the NATO bombing started. However, I agreed with them.
It's correct that Mr. Thaci, Mr. Krasniqi, Mr. Buya, and the others, they needed to get the approval of you and the other zone commanders in order to sign at Rambouillet, correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that that is because Mr. Thaci, for example, only derived any authority that he had from the fact that he had the support of the zone commanders? Correct?
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in a position to sign it or anything.
I'm saying that Mr. Thaci's authority at KLA comes only to the extent that the zone commanders had given him their consent to negotiate on their behalf, correct?
That's correct, certainly.
Commanders withdrew their consent or authority to Mr. Thaci, then Mr. Thaci could not agree to anything at Rambouillet, correct?
That would have been the case, indeed. The agreement would have been meaningless without us. It could not have been entered into.
Thank you. Mr. President, I tender the BBC video clip, exhibit DHT-01151, and the accompanying transcript, DHT-01151-TR.
No objection.
The exhibit and the clip and the transcript will both be admitted and assigned a number.
Your Honor, those will receive exhibit number 1D24.
Thank you.
Mr. Mustafa, I'd like to show you a passage from a book written by your colleague, Mr. Haradinaj, in his book, and ask you if you agree with what he says. And this is from the book, A Narrative About War and Freedom. The ERN is U017-6046 to U017-6049. And the complete, that's right. That's a different, sorry. Yes, and then that's at page U017-6048 in the English. The Albanian version is KSC-BC-2020-06-IT-05-87 3D00375 at 3D00-4382. It's a lot of numbers, Judge. It's not. Page is U017-6048. So the question that's asked of Mr. Haradinaj in this book concerns Mr. Thaci and his role concerning the Rambouillet Agreement. The question says, during the Rambouillet Conference, Mr. Suleiman Salimi was appointed KLA General Commander. Now, let me go to the answer that Mr. Haradinaj provides as to why Mr. Salimi was appointed, Suleiman Salimi was appointed the General Commander. And in the middle of the paragraph, it says, Thaci's sphere of influence over the zone commanders was not decisive, though I cannot say that it was completely worthless. It was not decisive. The zone commanders acted on their own, on their logic as soldiers, as fighters, and as Kosovo citizens, always. Something else should be borne in mind. Jakub Krasniqi, the spokesman for the KLA General Staff, Hashim Thaci, head of the KLA Political Directorate, Rame Buya, Azam Sula, and Javet Haliti were present at Rambouillet. All of them are the political side of KLA. On the other hand, the Army cannot function without a hierarchy. The Army is not an association where everybody has equal rights with everyone else. In the Army, one person speaks and the others listen. In other words, command is essential, and then it goes on. My first question is, do you agree with Mr. Haradinaj that the zone commanders acted on their own, on their logic as soldiers, as fighters, and as Kosovo citizens always?
Yes.
Amongst others, Mr. Thaci, Mr. Krasniqi were the political side of the KLA.
It is a known fact by now.
And the reason, according to Mr. Haradinaj, that Mr. Suleiman Salimi was appointed General Commander was because until that point, there was no command, one commander above the zone commanders, correct?
Almost every one of us understood it to function in this manner, correct?
Suleiman Salimi was appointed the General Commander of the KLA because the political side of the KLA was not in command of the military side, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that the zone commanders appointed Suleiman Salimi, who would then be accountable to the zone commanders?
Correct.
Now, yesterday you were asked questions by the prosecutor about the time that you yourself were in the General Staff. You did not like what you found at the General Staff when you got there, correct?
Correct.
Tell the panel, what is it about the conditions at the General Staff that you didn't like?
There were no resources. Nobody listened to anyone. And there was nobody you could talk to for even basic things. I could not exercise my duties in that sort of environment, and I did not want to continue to stay in the mountains without doing anything.
Mr. Mustafa, I am told that you are a very hard worker. Is that correct?
In particular during the war, but also after the war, when I was a soldier, I tried my best to do things in a proper way, in an orderly way.
Organized person, correct?
I try to be one, yes.
Would it be fair to say that what you found at the General Staff, HQ, was much more disorganized than what you yourself had organized in your own command in the lap zone?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes.
And then, when you were dissatisfied with the conditions in the General Staff, you simply, on your own, went back to the lap zone command, correct?
Yes.
Well, let me ask this question. Did you reappoint yourself the zone commander of the lap zone, or were you always the zone commander of the lap zone and in the General Staff?
My position had not been taken by someone else. I hadn't been replaced, so I just went back to my position. There was nobody who could have told me otherwise. My staff welcomed me back when I went back. And with respect to the General Staff, I had no reason to discuss this matter any further with them. I just made it known to them that I was not going to stay any longer with them.
You just tell the General Staff you've changed your plans and you're going back to the zone and there was nothing they could do about it, correct?
They could not do anything, even if they wanted to.
And you just said, so I went back to my position and there was nobody who could have told me otherwise. That's correct, isn't it?
There was no authority. We did not have a commander. We spoke amongst ourselves, tried to organize ourselves, but there was no higher authority that would order you to do so and so.
I agree, and isn't it also the case that within the lap zone itself, you had the support and authority of the people, the lower level commanders in the zone? You were the authority in the lap zone, correct? Let me ask it a different way. These fighters in the lap zone, they were your fellow fighters and you were loyal to each other, correct?
Correct. They were happy that I came back and welcomed me.
With that context, Mr. Mustafa, I would like to go back to the beginning to discuss with you how it is that your zone was set up and how you came to the position ultimately that you came to exercise in the lap zone by February of 1999. And so, first question is a few background questions taking you back to 1995. You were in the LDK youth in 1995, correct?
Correct.
LDK in 1996 when Adem Demaci formed his own party, the PPK?
Correct.
At the time, the KLA leader in the LAP zone was Zahir Payaziti, correct?
Correct.
And Zahir Payaziti was able to secure weapons from Albania and from the Dukagene zone at that time, correct?
Correct.
31st of January 1997, Zahir Payaziti was killed in a gunfight with Serb forces, is that correct?
Correct.
Killing, there was a period of time where the KLA in the LAP zone needed to restructure. Is that true?
That's true.
And you and Sadie Rama started to establish contacts with fellow fighters? True?
Yes.
And it was around this time that you were looking for new KLA fighters to join the KLA, correct?
Correct.
You were able to recruit into the KLA in 1997 was Latif Gashi?
Correct.
You were appointed the new zone leader in a meeting of 4 people. You, Latif Gashi, Ilir Konushevtsi, and Murat Ayeti. Is that true?
That's true. This was an agreement. It's probably, we can't probably call it a decision, but it was a confirmation. It was agreed that I would continue my tasks as a zone commander.
Among the 4 of you, correct? And in September of 1997, you had formed an agreement with Fatmir Humoli, who was of the LKCK, correct?
Yes, we agreed to join our forces.
You also agreed to form the BIA units that you discussed with the prosecutor during that meeting in September of 1997, correct?
I didn't play a role in the BA unit. It was already established, but I agreed for the LKCK structures to join the KLA.
A unit, correct?
Correct. They were members of the LKCK.
Now, I won't play the clip from the BBC unless it's necessary, but and to save some time. But I'll present to you that you told the BBC that by the end of 1997 there were 18 members of the KLA in your zone. Does that sound right?
Correct. When I spoke to the BBC, it was correct.
Correct.
They did not multiply in the meantime.
All right, good. And then you said in the same clip, but by March, the end of March, the number of KLA members in your zone grew to 100. Do you recall that?
There could be approximations or small mistakes with the figures, but that would be the number, more or less.
between the end of 1997 and the end of March that caused the number of KLA members to grow significantly in your zone?
The attack on the family of Commander Adem Yashari had an extraordinary impact in the new recruits and volunteers coming to join the KLA.
Now, up until the death of Adem Yashari, would it be fair to say that the KLA was more of a guerrilla organization?
And it was indeed.
Highly decentralized structure, correct?
Correct.
But following the death of Adem Yashari, is it fair to say that you, and with the increasing numbers of people joining the KLA, you decided to create what you call a frontal army?
Correct.
Conversion from a guerrilla decentralized organization to a frontal army after March of 1998.
We used resources and supply lines created as a consequence of the events in Albania. The extraordinary support of the Albanian people towards the Yashari family. They were also supporting us as Kosovo Liberation Army. So we used and exploited these circumstances to try and be present everywhere where we could be present as a Kosovo Liberation Army. We were under pressure by the increasing number of volunteers, and in a way we accepted this considerable number of people joining who just took up weapons. It was very hard and difficult to consolidate. It was very difficult to prevent people from joining the KLA under this structure, under the insignia that we were leaders of.
Let me just, excuse me, ask you to clarify the first sentence of your answer. We used resources and supply lines created as a consequence of the events in Albania. Can you explain what events in Albania you're referring to?
At that time in Albania, there was an explosion of dissatisfactions, which resulted in the arms depots being opened. We used this fragile situation of the Albanian state and organized as best as we could and we knew to obtain as much weaponry equipment and weapons that we could carry on our shoulders to Kosovo. I was personally in Albania to obtain and bring weapons to Albania, to Kosovo.
Well, let me ask the first question. What do you understand by when you say a frontal army? What does that mean?
This means a total war, general war, and everything that we could do for our country would expose ourselves in front of the enemy forces. And we were conveying the news to worldwide as to what was happening in our country, that we were occupied by the enemy, but we wanted to make it as clear as possible to the world of what was happening in our country.
KLA that you were forming was an entirely volunteer army, correct?
Correct. Even if we didn't want to organize, the population, people themselves would have organized. But it was important to instruct people, organize, and direct our steps towards our aim, which was the independence of Kosovo.
But volunteers means that people could come and leave whenever they pleased, correct?
Correct, certainly.
Now, this time period, roughly May 1998, we're talking about, the 6 months prior to May 1998, you had been trying to recruit Nuruddin Ibishi into the KLA in your zone, correct?
Correct.
Of 1998, you had already appointed as members of your staff Latif Gashi, correct?
Members of the staff, yes. 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 Yes.
Kitsmari?
Yes.
And by May 1998, you had successfully recruited Nuruddin Ibishi into your zone, correct?
Yes. We had concluded our conversations with him.
The brigade commander for Unit 151?
Nie pewny. 152.
Now, also in this time period, for logistics, you were a person who was extremely able in the area of logistics, correct?
I was trying to be as efficient as possible in the logistics sector.
Mentioned yesterday, I believe, that you were able to secure weapons from sources in Bosnia and Serbia, correct?
Correct. Funding from diaspora, but mostly from Pristina, from business owners in Kosovo.
Would it be fair to say that the logistical support that the LAT zone had was support that you yourselves had collected with very little support from the general staff in terms of logistics?
Pristina, many citizens, university people, so they were my advisors. They offered advice and assistance and support. It was not only my work. All political parties were supporting me, and I believe that it was rather me providing logistical support to the general staff than the general staff to me.
Now, in terms of recruiting people into the KLA in your zone, you had an important role in recruiting, correct?
Yes, I was the commander.
And Mr. Gashi had an important role in recruiting people into the lap zone?
All of us working jointly. We were recruiting, we were advising.
And in this period, May, June of 1998, you were actually trying to intensify contacts with the general staff, correct?
Yes.
Because you had not had much contact with the general staff prior to that period, correct?
Correct.
Now, you never gave a written report to the general staff, correct?
Never.
Deliver written reports to the general staff, correct?
I cannot recall ever having been asked. I can't remember.
The 17th of June, 1998, do you recall traveling with 24 of your fellow fighters from the zone to Albania to get weapons?
Yes.
To get to Albania to get those weapons, did you have a chance to meet with the zone commander in Dukajin, Mr. Haradinaj?
I met either on the way there or on the way back. I cannot remember. I cannot remember when it was.
You left on the 17th of June and you returned from Albania on the 8th of July. Does that sound about right?
Roughly, yes.
Did you develop a relationship with Mr. Haradinaj over time because you had to travel through his zone to get to Albania?
Yes, we established this rapport or relationship with Mr. Haradinaj there for the first time. So all the capacities of the Dukajin zone were put at the disposal of the people who were in my company, and he gave his agreement to that.
Now, Kadri Castrati came to your zone to try to assist in the transformation of the KLA from a guerrilla organization to a frontal army, correct?
Yes, he formed part of that group of officers led by Bistim Zurabi. Kadri Castrati did indeed come and help a lot in my zone.
And is it fair to say that you looked to people like Kadri Castrati and Bislam Zarapi as experienced people who could assist you in your efforts in the zone?
Yes, they were more than welcome.
But you were the commander in the zone, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall on the 18th of July, you appointed Hamid Haliti as the chief of logistics?
Hamid Hamidi is the name, yes.
I'm sorry, I thought I said that. Hamid Hamidi, I apologize. My mistake.
He had been appointed earlier, however, I made it known to the staff a bit later, roughly during this time that you're referring to. So his appointment was made known to the other soldiers.
What about Fatmir Humoli? Do you recall appointing him as chief of morale and politics on the 18th of July, 1998?
I cannot recall the exact dates, but I know that he was appointed.
You appointed Mr. Ibishi as Nuruddin Ibishi as commander of which brigade?
152.
You appointed him in July of 1998. And what about Idris Shabani? What brigade did you appoint him commander of?
151. 151.
Decision to appoint them.
I did. Alongside with the people who knew each other at that particular point in time, the older soldiers, that is.
And to whom did they report?
You mean the ones that I was appointing? To me.
Let's talk a bit about the visit of the General Staff delegation in August of 1998. You emphasized that you were, quote, formally appointed the commander of the LAP zone by this delegation in August of 1998. And on questioning from the prosecutor, you emphasized that you had already long prior been the commander in the LAP zone. Why was it necessary to receive a formal appointment from the General Staff? What was the purpose of that?
This was the time when we were trying to become a regular army, to improve communications amongst ourselves. We were trying to establish order. We were trying to organize ourselves better.
Do I understand you correctly that this was an effort to try to act like an army? Would that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
The reality of it was you were the commander long prior to any formal appointment in August of 1998, correct?
Yes.
Your staff had been appointed by you prior to your formal appointment in August of 1998, correct? Now, part of the General Staff delegation that arrived in your zone included Mr. Thaci and Mr. Recep Salimi. And You were asked in your SPO interview about them, and you said that they were passing through and that they, quote, had their own destination. Do you recall where they were going?
I did not ask them because they would tell me, but I think they were on their way to meet Adem Demaci.
Okay. And Adem Demaci was in Pristina? Recently been appointed as the
Adem Demaci was widely known to all and sundry, to all the members of the General Staff, myself included. We had contact with him from much earlier. An appointment was completely insignificant.
I understand, but my point is it had only been very recently, days, perhaps a few weeks, that Adem Demaci had been named as the political representative of the KLA in August of 1998, correct?
I think so. However, I had conversations about the KLA with Adem Demaci much earlier. I personally had conversations with Adem Demaci during 1996 and 1997 about KLA matters.
Witness, I have a few questions about special warfare. Around this time, in August of 1998, was there a perceived problem with collaborators? There
have always been problems with collaborators. Specifically, I cannot recall anything in particular.
Do you recall telling the SPO that, with respect to the issue of detentions, all our actions were necessary in self-defense? And further on, you say, all our actions were taken under the circumstances of a necessity for defense. Therefore, I consider that we have by right detained the small number of Albanians who, in cooperation with the enemy forces, were endangering our army and the civilians we were protecting. And for the benefit of the parties, sorry, I believe this is from his trial proceedings, SPOE 00119323 to 00119333 at SPOE 00119329 to 330. Do you recall saying at your trial that you had been, anybody that was detained in the interests of self-defense?
Yes.
That.
What I meant was that they had been detained for military reasons. The people who had been detained, that is.
Were people detained based on the fact they were members of the LDK?
No, sir.
Do you have an opinion about the theory that the LDK was detaining people because they were political opponents?
The LDK supported the liberation war in my region.
Apologize, I said LDK was detaining people. I obviously meant KLA was detaining people.
The KLA did not detain LDK people.
Okay. Was there a FARC presence in your zone?
No.
So was anybody detained because they were a member of FARC in your zone?
No.
Did you set up courts in your zone?
No.
In your zone?
No.
Computers in your zone?
No. Because we did not reach that point.
Okay, but were there reasons that you didn't reach that point?
The time was very brief. Developments were quick in nature. We had no resources. We did not manage to reach that level of organization, regardless of the fact that we wanted to.
Now, the prosecution alleges that from around the 2nd of August until the middle of September, several individuals were detained by members of the KLA in the LAP zone. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Do you have an explanation for why those people were detained?
For military reasons, as I said earlier. Or because they just came completely in opposition to our rules and to the mission that we were for.
I'm going to ask you about a communique that was put twice to you. This is communique 54. And the prosecutor showed you this communique, again, twice during your examination in chief, and I'd like to put it on the screen. It is P00156, and the Albanian is P00156-AT. And you were asked, you were read the last sentence in the bolded text. All enemy missionaries and those who propagate for the special war, whoever they might be, will be treated according to the law in a war situation. And the date of this communique is the 22nd of September, 1998. That's at the bottom of the page in the Albanian. You can see it there. Now, I'm going to put to you, Mr. Mustafa, that the last two detainees who had been detained beginning around August, the last two, and I can provide the names in private session if the panel wishes, were released by your zone 4 days after this communique was published on the 26th of September, 1998. And that there is no allegation by the prosecution in this case that there were any detainees in your zone from the middle of September until November. You understand what I've told you?
Well, yes.
With me that there is no nexus, no link between this communique and any detention in your zone.
I agree. This communique does not pertain to the place I served.
I also, again, let me ask you a foundational question. You are a lawyer?
I finished law studies, yes.
Finished law studies. In
1996. The last two exams, however, were in the year 2000. I went to war without finishing my studies.
In your studies, did you have a chance to study the 1976 Yugoslav Criminal Code?
Yes.
The communique that we have on our screen says that all enemy missionaries and those who propagate for the special war, whoever they might be, will be treated according to the law in a war situation. Were you familiar with how Yugoslav law treated the issue of espionage, for example?
I had knowledge of a general nature, but however we had a number of officers from the former Yugoslavia who knew these issues best, and they advised me on the matter.
Were you aware that under Articles 128 and 139, subpart 2, someone could be sentenced to death in Yugoslavia for collaboration in a time of war?
We were aware.
Mr. President, I'm going to switch to a new topic. This might be a good time for a break. And actually, I need to discuss something with the panel in terms of organization.
Please escort the witness out. We'll take a half-hour break, witness. Thank you.
Mr. President, my 7 hours was based on the fact that my outline is 30 pages long, single-spaced, 10-point font. However, to my surprise, I am rapidly moving through my questions, and I expect I might be finished in the next session. I raise it with you now because we actually might need the reserve witness in light of this. I apologize to the panel, but I, in good faith, thought that this was going to be a lot slower than it's actually turned out to be.
Well, you can all mull that over during the break, and we'll discuss it when you come back, Madam Prosecutor.
There is one point I think would be useful to flag now. If we do need the reserve witness who was indicated in the email, I believe it's 4586, we will need to immediately file a video link application for testimony because of a health situation that we identified when our team met with him earlier this week.
All right, well, we'll get an update from you all at that time. Yes, Mr. Emerson.
Obviously, in the light of Mr. Misitich's substantially revised projections, I was expecting to begin cross-examining on Monday, but I will be perfectly able to begin cross-examining today. But may I ask this, if Mr. Misitich finishes early in the next session, or rather before the next session would naturally end, I would ask you just to adjourn until the start of the afternoon session so that I could make a clean start then.
Perfectly all right. We'll do that. Remind me if I forget. We'll be adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Prosecutor, we are sort of a mind that you should perhaps prepare for that other witness. I assume she would be on call, and if necessary, we could cancel. But I think it would be wise to have the witness available on video link.
Your Honour, we are making arrangements. We're going to file the video link application immediately. But in light of the revised assessments, we're actually not sure whether this one witness will fill the time. So we're now checking logistical arrangements for alternatives. So just to flag at this stage to the parties, it may be this witness 4586. It may also be one of the other witnesses we notified in our email of 30th June. That was 2153, who we believe, based on cross-examination estimates, would fill a slightly larger amount of time. And witness W0072 is also a possibility if we need to call two short witnesses. We will provide, we're waiting for certain information to be checked right at this moment. So once we have the necessary information as to make the decision on the plan forward, we'll communicate that by email to the panel and all parties.
Yeah, just so the line of communication remains open. Thank you. You may bring the witness in now, Madam Usher.
Mr. President, one housekeeping matter as the witness comes in. I would like to tender the portion of Mr. Haradinaj's book that I put to the witness, which is U017-5901-U017-6091, and the accompanying Albanian original, which is KSC BC 2020-06 IT 0587 3D00375.
No objection.
Without objection, the book by Mr. Haradinaj, and I'm not going to repeat the numbers at this time, is admitted. Please assign a number to it.
Your Honor, just to confirm, we're admitting only the selected pages or the entire book?
The selected pages.
Selected pages.
Those pages will receive exhibit number 1D25.
All right, we continue with the cross-examination by the Thaci defense. Go ahead, Mr. Mistich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Court Officer, I would like to call up an exhibit. It's DHT 00509 to DHT 00510. Mr. Mustafa, I apologize. This is only in English. It's a newspaper article, but you've referenced it in your direct examination and in your SPO interview, and I just want to put a date on the Milosevic-Holbrooke agreement. Does it sound about right to you that the Milosevic-Holbrooke agreement was around the 9th of October 1998?
I believe so.
And I offer this exhibit into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
DHT 0509 to DH 100 is admitted.
Thank you. And now I'd like to pull up.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Apologies. The DHT 00509 to DHT 00510 will receive Exhibit 1D26.
Now I'd like to pull up a document that created the OSCE verification mission in Kosovo. And this is IT 0587.1 P00835, and in the Albanian it is IT 0587.1 P0083.5 AT. Mr. Mustafa, this is the agreement between Yugoslavia and the OSCE, signed by Mr. Živadin Jovanović, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Yugoslavia, and the Chairman of the OSCE, Mr. Branislav Geremek. And the last page reflects that it was signed on the 16th of October, 1998. A few days after the Milosevic-Holbrooke agreement. And if we turn to the fourth page of the exhibit, which is section 3.8, as to what the rights and obligations of the OSCE mission in Kosovo were. It says that the mission director will receive periodic updates from the relevant authorities concerning eventual allegations of abusive actions by military or police personnel and status of disciplinary or legal actions against individuals implicated in such abuses. And number 9 says the verification mission will maintain liaison with FRY, Serbian, and, as appropriate, Kosovo authorities, and with the ICRC regarding ICRC access to detained persons. Do you see that?
Paul. Yes.
October 1998, that the the OSCE verification mission would have the right to, that the ICRC would have the right to access to detained persons pursuant to the agreement?
I don't remember being aware at that time of this agreement or this particular point we just read, but I know that we spoke with the verification mission members with relation to detained persons and allowed them, granted them access to these persons.
It's documented to evidence.
Your Honours, we don't really believe there's a basis based on the testimony, but we've no objection to the document.
IT 0587.1 to P00835 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will receive exhibit number 1D27.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could just have a moment. If I could call up SPOE 000 55799 to SPOE 000 55868 ET revised at SPOE 000 55837, and in the Albanian SPOE 000 55678 to SPOE 000 56018 at SPOE 000 55837.
Your Honor, there is an ET and an ET revised and ET revised 1 version of the
ET revised
translation.
1. Yep. This is an excerpt from Mr. Skender Jitia's book. I believe you were asked some questions from this book by the prosecution. And I'd like to ask you a few questions in light of your answer that you don't recall being made aware of the OSCE FRY agreement. If we scroll down to the bottom of the English page, please. Where's the if we scroll down in the Albanian as well. The excerpt in the book says, after the agreement reached between the international community and Serbia, known as the Holbrooke-Milosevic Agreement, Enzol, which is your zone, were visited by the head of KDOM, Sean Burns, accompanied by Adam Demaci and Albin Kurti. In this meeting, Commander Remy was accompanied by, if we go to the next page, please, Nuruddin Ibishi, Latif Gashi, Fatmir Humoli, and other military officers of Enzol HQ. The meeting had an informative character about the reached agreement and the obligations that came out of it. Now, we'll stop there for a second. Do you recall this meeting where Sean Burns visited you after the agreement, the Holbrooke-Milosevic agreement, accompanied by Adam Demaci and Albin Kurti?
Yes, I do remember it.
Do you recall now that there was a discussion about the obligations that would arise out of that agreement?
Yes.
And one of the obligations, and we saw in the agreement, was granting access to the ICRC to detained persons, correct?
the agreement must have certainly been explained in detail during that meeting.
The next sentence in the book says, also in the meeting, the organization of the future police structures of Kosovo in the first stage after liberation was discussed about. Do you see that?
Yes.
Recall that in or around October 1998 that Sean Burns had a discussion with you about future civilian structures in Kosovo?
Yes, I recall it.
Do you recall anything in particular about what the conversation was about?
I know he expressed his satisfaction with respect to Mr. Nureddin Ibishi after being informed about and having noted his professionalism, as we used to refer to at the time. And I also know that we agreed on having a constant, permanent future contact with KDOM and the verification mission.
My question is, well, with respect to the very specific issue of future civilian structures after liberation, do you recall anything in particular about that conversation with Mr. Burns?
I don't remember. However, I know we discussed the military police issue, and that he said that it should be, he suggested that the military police should become in the future the civilian police in Kosovo.
And I tender this excerpt from the Skender Jëtia book. Let me just note, I believe the prosecution is offering excerpts from this book as well, and I wonder whether it's more useful for the parties to liaise and just have one exhibit with all the relevant pages used by all parties.
That would certainly be preferable. You can do that and submit it later.
Thank you. We'll do that. Mr. Mustafa, I would, along this line of questioning, I'd like to show you something, an additional clip from that BBC interview. This one is very short. It's less than a minute. If we could call up, please, DHT 01152 and the accompanying transcript, which is DHT 01152-TR. And same procedure. Mr. Mustafa, I'm going to ask you to pay careful attention to what you say in the clip, and then I'm going to ask you whether whether everything that you said in the clip is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief. And the video should start, Madam Court Officer, at 43 seconds of the clip.
Po këshillat e kejtomit kanë qenë kryesisht që mos merremi me civil, mos merremi me rab, me të burgosën, mos të shkelim drejtat e luftës. Ka pasur ndihmën harta, disa harta e kemi siguru për tyne, edhe format më të
There were to respect the laws of war, to not go into towns because the enemy was stronger than we were, and to abide by the international rules, to listen to internationals.
I'm sorry, if we could start again and just go back to 35 seconds so we get the question and the answer.
What advice gave the KDOM? The advice from KDOM was that we should not deal with civilians, to beat prisoners, to not breach the laws of war. They gave us some maps and the tactics of the modern warfares, not going into the cities because the enemy is much stronger than we are, and to obey by the international rules and to take advices from the internationals because they are the ones who will help us and so on.
Mr. Mustafa, is what you said in that video clip true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Meeting with KDOM where you were told, amongst other things, about treating civilians properly and obeying the laws of war?
Yes.
1998?
Every time we met with them, they advised us. It must have been certainly towards the end of October.
I would like to tender this video clip into evidence, please, and the transcript.
No objection.
DHT 01152 and the transcript DHT 1152-TR are admitted.
Your Honor, those will receive exhibit number 1D28.
Thank you. Mr. Mustafa, I ask those questions because I will put to you that with the arrival of KDOM, the General Staff was very eager to ensure that the KLA was perceived well in the international arena, correct?
Correct.
We're giving instructions on how to comply with the laws of war because KDOM was now present in Kosovo and they wanted to send a good message, a good image of the KLA into the world, correct?
Correct.
Several questions about...
Could we just have clarification on who they are? They were giving instructions.
The zone commanders. You recall receiving documents like orders from Mr. Zarapi on treatment of civilians, for example, that were sent to the zone commanders.
Yes, we received recommendations at the time.
I'm going to get to that, to those documents in a minute, but you were asked several questions about meetings of the zone commanders where Mr. Zarapi chaired the meeting as the Chief of Staff. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I asked you earlier, but I'll put it to you again. Mr. Zarapi did not become Chief of Staff until November of 1998? Do you disagree with that?
I believe this was the case.
You were asked several times, both in your SPO interview and in examination in chief, which zone commanders were present for these meetings, and you indicated Rahman Rama. This is just for the benefit of the parties. This is page 5605, lines 10 to 16 of the transcript. Rahman Rama, correct?
Correct. Yes, zone commanders.
Salimi?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Drini was present for these meetings. Are you aware that Commander Drini did not become commander until the 16th of December, 1998, in Pashto?
I don't recall the date, but I do know he was made commander later on.
So if Commander Drini was present for the meetings you're talking about, they couldn't have occurred before the 16th of December, 1998, correct? If the date I'm giving you is correct.
Certainly.
Do you recall the date that the headquarters was established at La Pashtica?
I don't recall the date, the exact date.
December of 1998.
Stated this in front of the prosecutor. This was towards the end of October, beginning November. However, there are records that are more accurate.
Well, I'll strike that question. The meetings with Mr. Zarapi chairing and Commander Drini present, where detention was discussed, would you agree that those were meetings where Mr. Zarapi was emphasizing the need to ensure protection of civilians?
I don't recall discussing detainees, but based on the context, I think we can deduct that it was discussed. But as I mentioned yesterday, this matter is exaggerated. I'm not avoiding the fact that it was discussed, possibly, but that's all.
Just trying to get the facts of what may have been discussed at these meetings. If we could, please call up Exhibit SPOE 00119161ET and SPOE 00119161 in the Albanian. It purports to be dated the 28th of November, 1998. It purports to be sent to the lap zone, and it is signed apparently by Mr. Zarapi. And point 3 says to prevent improper behavior towards the civilian population is to be prevented in all KLA units. And point 4, the arrest, detention, or imprisonment of persons without an order from a brigade commander or above is prohibited, except in the case of a critical combat situation or when various criminal offenses are being committed against members of the KLA, against individuals, or the civilian authorities. Do you see that? Document.
I can't recall this in specific terms, but I know that we have received recommendations and other advice from the General Staff.
To implement this recommendation by ordering that no arrest, detention, or imprisonment of persons could be executed without an order from a brigade commander or above.
This was what occurred in practice, what had been occurring in practice throughout, even before. Without an order from the brigade commander, no one could have been detained. And we tried to implement all the recommendations that we received.
Implement the order that said that improper behavior towards the civilian population is to be prevented in all KLA units.
We weren't aware of these phenomena. They could have been sporadic, almost insignificant. The behavior of KLA soldiers towards the civilian population has always been excellent. This issue was of no concern at all.
President, I tender this document into evidence.
No objection.
SPOE 00119161 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D29.
Thank you.
And I'd like to call up another document. This is SPOE 00225260 BT, and the original is SPOE 00225260. That's it. Now, this is an order dated the 16th of December, 1998, and again, I'm going to represent to you that Commander Drini was appointed commander of Operative Zone Pastrik on or around this date. It is signed by Bislam Zarapi, and it's an order to all of the Operative Zone commands. And first of all, take a look at the document and let me know, do you recall seeing this document?
It is a document similar to the ones that we used to receive, but I cannot state here that this one is one that I remember in detail. However, I've got no reason to dispute that this is an official piece of paper.
It says the commanders of the operational zone must strengthen their control, engaging other command members as well as commanders of the military police to immediately stop the negative phenomena of maltreatment of individuals or their private property under paragraph 1. Paragraph 3 says at all KLA units, indecent acts toward the civilian population should be prevented. Paragraph 4 says the arrest, detention, or imprisonment of individuals without the order of the brigade commander or a higher rank is banned, except in critical war situations or when there are criminal acts against members of the KLA, individuals, or the civilian authorities. Point 6 says those who commit these criminal acts or abuse the military discipline should face military discipline should face immediate consequences, isolation, disarming, and prosecution by the KLA military court. The commanders of the KLA units are responsible for the application of this order. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Don't recall specifically receiving it?
As I said yesterday as well, we have received such recommendations. However, I am unable to confirm this document as such, even though there is no reason to dispute it.
Well, I'm putting these two documents from Mr. Zarapi to you because you were asked a lot of questions about meetings of the zone commanders with Mr. Zarapi chairing the meetings. And I'm just suggesting to you that what Mr. Zarapi was concerned about at this time was proper treatment of civilians and limiting the number of arrests or detentions that could take place without approval of zone commanders and only in very specific situations. Do you have any reason to disagree with my suggestion?
No, this is exactly what's occurred in practice.
Okay. Mr. President, I tender this document into evidence.
No objection.
SPOE 00225260 ET and originally without the ET is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D30.
Thank you.
I'd like to show you a document that was shown to you by the prosecution. And I'm referring to transcript page 5536, lines 22 to 23. And the document is U0009858 to U0009888.
Your Honor, that is Exhibit P165 for the record.
If we could go to page 3, Article 1, please. Could you please read to yourself Article 1, Mr. Mustafa, and let me know when you finished?
A serviceman is a national who serves in the ranks of the Kosovo Liberation Army or carries out duties that are...
The article above that, Article 1, subparagraph 1.
Okay. The Kosovo Liberation Army, in order to carry out its important duties, must have at all times a strong discipline based on the Constitution and legal provisions. The rules of discipline comprises the most essential provisions concerning the discipline of servicemen who serve in the Kosovo Liberation Army. I have finished.
Did Kosovo have a constitution in 1998?
There was a draft which never came into force, which was called the Constitution of Kačanik.
Did Kosovo have legal and sub-legal provisions?
They existed until the time when Albanians were expelled from the institutions, state institutions which Albanians had been kicked out of, including the educational sector. So at this point, we were opposed to those who were holding Kosovo against their will and with violence.
What constitution and legal and sub-legal provisions specifically does Article 1 refer to?
Monsieur.
It most probably relies on the heritage of the former Yugoslavia, which Kosovo used to be a part of, but I cannot say that with full confidence.
Okay. Going to the inspection of the 27th of October 1998 by the General Staff in the LOP zone, I just have a few questions for you on that. If we could go to Exhibit P00181, please. And in particular, first I'd like to go to page SPOE 00226667. Now, you were shown this page yesterday, and you were asked, because these notes say Remi, and then one of the points says special war and propaganda not present. I'm going to ask you, does this mean, to the best of your knowledge, that there was no Serbian special war present in the LAP zone in October 1998? Or is this a complaint by you that the General Staff is not engaging in its own special war and propaganda in your zone?
No comment.
I have no comment to make. This is a document that I cannot recall. The reference here is most certainly to special warfare.
Well, let me ask you, could it have been possible that there was no special war or propaganda from Serbia in the LAP zone in October of 1998?
I thought compose just
Their propaganda was continuous.
Okay. Now, if you look one line above that, it says, the issue of civil administration has not yet been solved because there is a need for an adequate official platform. Now, is this point related to the discussion we had earlier concerning your meeting with Sean Burns and KDOM about the establishment of civilian institutions after liberation?
It may very well be, Mr. Counsel. However, this is an issue of how much one can remember, and I cannot recall, but it may well be the case, yes.
If we could go to SPOE 00226672, please, in this document. And if we go to the previous page, just so we see who the speaker is purported to be. At the top of the page, it says Leka, 151 Brigade Commander. Who is Leka again?
The Chief of Staff, Northern Ibishi, who was also commander of Brigade 151 at the time.
And if we go to the next page, please. Then your Chief of Staff, in the last two lines on the page, appeal, do not create fractures with the wider population. Take constructive actions for national reconciliation. What do you recall that refers to?
It is not clear to me at the time, but there must have been some specific issue he had knowledge of at the time, and I have no comment to make on it.
What it sounds like, and I'm going to ask if you agree, it sounds like an appeal to actually create unity in the Albanian population and not to create fractures within the Albanian community. Is that right?
This used to be part and parcel of our daily mission.
Fair that only a few days after this inspection, a draft agreement was reached between the KLA and FARC. Let me call that document up. I just will ask you if you were familiar with it. Exhibit 061168ET, and the Albanian version is 061167 to 061171 at 061168. Have you seen this document before? And if we could go to the next page so you can see the signatures.
No, I have never seen this before. This was not an issue of concern in my region at all.
Draft agreement between the FARC and the KLA on or around the 2nd of November.
Even if I had knowledge of it, it still remained insignificant as far as I'm concerned. It was not an issue of concern, and I do not remember it.
Okay. Then let's go back to the document we just had on the screen, which is Exhibit P00181. And if we could go into private session just for these few set of questions, please.
Please enter private session.
Mr. President.
Your Honor, we're now in public session.
I'm going to turn to December of 1998. Mr. Mustafa, do you recall in December of 1998 there was some tension regarding the Pristina-Podujevo road and some tensions between caused by the withdrawal of the VJ forces and the move of your forces towards that road, that line?
Oh,
Yes.
Can you tell the panel what that was about?
This was an attempt on the part of Serbian forces to occupy villages where we were trying to prevail, and so there was fighting between us.
What was okay? Was there any problem caused by the fact that your forces had moved closer to the Pristina-Podujevo road? And were you encouraged by Mr. Walker?
Yes. Yes, we had availed ourselves of the winter period as well as the ceasefire in order to come close to the main road, to be close to the civilian population. In addition to that, our own survival was easier there, so there was pressure by enemy forces, but also by the mission led by William Walker for us to withdraw a bit further.
Okay. Could we move again into private session, Mr. President?
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Turning to visits by an OSCE delegation to the LAP zone. If we could go, please, to Exhibit P00116. I apologize, I made a mistake. It is Exhibit 1D00007. And the Albanian version is 1D00007AT. Actually, if we could not show that on the screen, please. It's not on the screen. Right. Okay, good. I meant for the public, not, sorry. Now, this is a record. You were asked some questions about, you had given permission for the OSCE to interview persons detained at La Pashtica, and I wanted to show you the record of those interviews and ask you a few questions about it. If you look at the second paragraph, it says all 8 detainees stated that living conditions were good. They allegedly have the same food as soldiers, beds, blankets, and access to toilets, and were able to go outside at request to the guard. None of the 8 detainees had access to television, newspapers, etc., but did not seem particularly bothered. Mr. Mustafa, was that your understanding of the conditions that these individuals, and I ask you not to use their names in the document, were being kept in?
Well,
yes.
To the second person, and again, I ask you not to refer to his name. It says he has been in detention for 19 days. And the fourth sentence says his health is not good due to a spinal condition which he contracted 6 years ago. He was attended to by a medical doctor 10 days ago. Were you providing, was your zone providing medical care to detainees as far as you know?
well,
Yes, I believe we did. I don't have specific elements in my mind right now, but it was not, no, they were not prevented to have access to this medical care.
Names. Do you have a recollection of who that doctor might have been, yes or no?
mjeku, shefi I sanitetit.
The doctor, Skender Morati, was the head of the medical services in my region.
So is it possible that Dr. Murati was giving care to persons who were detained in your zone?
Well,
Yes, it's possible.
Did you ever put together a manual on the laws of war and send it to your units?
kan muito med gå stafe manual.
The manual and the recommendations sent to them.
And who put together the manual?
Stafe och chef i staff.
The staff members, chief of staff, the chief of staff, and other assistants to officers and close to us, to our office.
Mr. Castrati?
Eli kaçan
Including him.
Just going to ask you a question about June of 1999. Did you participate in the implementation of the demilitarization agreement?
Well,
yes.
Is it correct that the implementation, or that you would attend meetings with General Jackson about demilitarization?
Exakt.
Correct.
Would General Cheku attend those meetings with you?
Well,
Yes. He led our team, zone commanders, and we went together to the meeting.
General Cheku and the zone commanders who were meeting with General Jackson about implementation.
Exakt.
Correct.
I'm almost finished, Mr. Mustafa. Just some questions that require your assistance. So my first question is, do you recall in 2001 that as a senior officer in the Kosovo Protection Corps, you were placed on a U.S. sanctions list?
Well,
yes.
It's DHT 00115 to DHT 00119 ET. And it's the same in the Albanian, just AT at the end. This is the 2001 decision. I would ask that it be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
The document will be admitted.
And was your name renewed?
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D31.
And was your name renewed on that list in 2003?
Well,
Yes.
DHT 00120 to DHT 00129 ET. The Albanian is the same except AT. I tender this document into evidence.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
The May 29, 2003 registry of U.S. sanctions is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D32.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Mustafa, at the end of the prosecution's questioning, they asked you several questions about your appointment as an advisor to President Thaci in 2019. I'd like to ask you, have you altered your testimony in any way as a result of your appointment as an advisor to Mr. Thaci?
No, sir. When I wrote that book, when I gave the statements, no person alive ever thought that Mr. Thaci would be standing trial as accused. I had the same position during the war, after the war, and today.
And I just want the record to be clear. Has anything you've testified about in this court been altered or withheld as a result of your appointment as an advisor to President Thaci?
No, sir.
Mustafa, I thank you very much for your time. That concludes my cross-examination. Thank you.
Your Honour asked me to remind you, 1:45, maybe we sit at 2:30.
We will break for lunch at this time. Thank you, witness. We'll be back at 2:30 for cross-examination from the Vesely defense. Anything else from anybody? You may escort the witness out. Before we leave for lunch, you heard the prosecution indicate that video link was going to be requested for next week. Is there any objection to that? Let's just start here.
Your Honor, I'd just like to know the reasons why. I mean, I prefer, of course, witnesses to be here. If there is some health reason, I just have no idea what it is.
I believe she stated a health reason already.
I can just send us an email, just let us know what it is so I can take a look. I just need to consult with my client and say, this is the health risk. I'm not...
Yes, Your Honor, the filing has actually been notified. It's 1672, so perhaps you can look over the break.
I couldn't hear what you...
The filing has been notified, the request for video link. It includes the reasons. It's 1672.
Sure. Judge, can I just come back to you right after lunch? Yes.
All right. We'll break for lunch. See you back here at 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. We'll see if I can get my voice through the rest of the afternoon. Remind me not to do 5 days again. It's kind of a rough one. You can bring the witness in.
Your Honor, I think that we were addressing the witness issue that you wanted a report back from.
Oh, just a second. Hold on a minute. Go ahead.
So I consulted with the SBO. We don't have any objection to this witness being taken by video. Obviously, we don't want this to become the practice based on this, but I understand the scheduling concerns we've all had, and the court's trying to get through this, and we appreciate that very much, so we're not going to object to that.
Anybody else?
No objection, Your Honor. Yeah, the same position, Your Honor.
Sounds like a deal. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
And, Your Honour, I can provide an update on what the proposed schedule would be. The next witness we intend to call in this block is W02153, and he would be available to commence testifying from Tuesday onwards. And then, should we need a further reserve for this block, W04586, the video link witness, could be arranged for Thursday, subject to the request being granted and the logistical arrangements being in place. Correct, he'll be testifying in person.
Okay.
Well, sorry, I believe he's a 154
He's a
witness, but he'll be in person
What
here
I mean
before
is
the
he'll
court.
be in the building.
Exactly.
All right, fine. Thank you very much. Now you can bring the witness in. You may be seated. We continue now with the Vasily defense cross-examination witness. Mr. Emerson, to your right, will be asking the questions. Go ahead, Mr. Emerson.
Good afternoon. I've really a very limited number of topics I want to cover, and my questions will be, I hope, short and straightforward. First of all, I just wanted to ask you a couple of small points of clarification in relation to Latif Gashi. You've told us something about how Latif Gashi came to be appointed in the zone. Can I ask you just to clarify what happened in relation to Latif Gashi when the conflict came to an end, and specifically, did he remain as your deputy in the TMK for a time?
He was a member of the TMK for a short time.
And do you remember after the cessation of hostilities, do you remember an occasion on which you introduced him for the first time to Kadri Vasili after the war?
I can't recall, but it's fairly likely that I did introduce them.
But the key question I think here was that you have no recollection of a meeting at which the introduction occurred after the conflict.
Yeah.
No.
What I'd like to move on from there to is the second topic, which is the questions, some questions related to the relationship between the zone commanders and the general staff. Were some of the zone commanders more forceful characters than others?
Their personality or personalities were altered from time to time, but the tasks remained the same.
Remained the same. But there were many discussions, weren't there, amongst the zone commanders and between the zone commanders and Bislim Zarapi when there were these periodic meetings about the attitude that the zone commanders had towards the role and conduct of the general staff.
Yes, there were numerous discussions.
And many of them were critical of the general staff. Is that fair?
Yes, we were more demanding.
I mean, you answered some questions from Mr. Misetic about Rambouillet and about orders that you had chosen not to follow. Since the general staff were only at Rambouillet as your authorised representatives, the authorised representatives of the zone commanders, would you agree in that context at least they were your subordinates rather than the other way around? They couldn't reach agreements or make decisions without your authority.
I can reaffirm that they wouldn't have been able to sign an agreement without asking us.
Armed forces structures, the general staff issues commands to subordinate commanders. You appreciate the normal conventional military structure places the general staff at the organisational top of the hierarchy. But would you agree with me that during the period we're talking about, that relationship, that power relationship was inverted? It was the other way around.
We did not reach a point to have an army that would be led by the general staff, by politicians or civilians. We did not reach that stage of development. It was us who were asked all the time about military matters.
You were the men and women, principally men, fighting on the ground, correct? Where
yes.
Who had no military background at that time, by and large, apart from Bislim Zarapi.
They were people who wanted to coordinate and who wanted to attain the top of the political element echelon of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
at various points, yourself and other zone commanders objected to decisions that were made by the General Staff, including the appointment of deputy commanders and so forth, because they had no military experience, and you wanted experienced military people at the top as commanders of the General Staff. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yes.
But is it also right to say that you all thought it was important to project to the internationals that you had ranks and roles that they would recognise, that you were a serious, coordinated armed force?
Yes, we were trying to be one.
In just a minute, but you were very conscious, and by you I mean you individually, but also other zone commanders, very conscious of the need to be able to point to things about your organisation which would make you appear as a force, an organised armed force to be reckoned with, rather than a disorganised non-state armed group. Is that fair?
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Would make decisions and give titles and create documents in multiple ways, in multiple directions, designed to create an impression that didn't strictly accord with the facts. Would you agree with that?
Well,
given what you've told us about Rambouillet and other orders that you chose to obey or ignore, and you've told us about the potentially inverted power relationship, in one way, would you agree that creating a body which called itself a General Staff was part of that process of impressing on the international community that they were someone or group of people they could talk to who would have the authority to speak on behalf of the KLA? It was designed to create that impression.
well,
Yes.
They did not have the authority to negotiate anything on behalf of the KLA and impose it without your prior consent.
Certainly.
Description, therefore, that in a sense, the General Staff were a fig leaf. They were something designed to cover a reality which was very different to the impression that was being created.
Yes, I agree.
That Mr. Thaci asked you about, where you get a direct intervention from the General Staff asking you to change military tactics because there's a lot of international pressure on your forces to move away from positions of the JNA because it was considered a provocation. Remember that you were asked about that document?
Yes, I do remember, yes.
Explained how you were also approached directly by one of the international organisations, but I want to focus on the approach that you received from members of the General Staff. Now, you chose to not follow their request. And you said at one point in your evidence, I think it was in relation to Rambouillet, you know, they couldn't have taken action against us even if they'd wanted to. Is that a correct understanding of your evidence, that during 1998 and 1999, even if the General Staff violently disagreed with a zone commander, about the way in which he was conducting operations or any other aspect in his zone, they had no force behind them. They had no armed force on which they could, with which they could impose upon you their will. So, I mean,
right.
Order of the General Staff, you considered yourself, I think, free to do it or not to do it. Is that fair, according to your assessment of the military needs in the zone?
I have tried to obey them all the time, but there have been occasions where I have ignored them.
If you're free to choose between whether you obey it or not. I mean, ordinarily in an army, an order requires compliance without second guessing by a subordinate. Do you think order is the right word to describe those things that describe themselves as orders, if you're free to ignore them? I mean, from a military point of view, are they orders or are they requests and suggestions that you're free to adopt or ignore?
In a regular army, orders are to be complied with. However, even orders, when they reached us at the time, were interpreted as recommendations by us. We believed that we knew the situation on the ground better than the General Staff, and that the General Staff did not have the same degree of knowledge about the situation on the ground.
Important answer, because I'm going to come back to that in a moment when I ask you some questions about the approach of Ramesh Haradinai towards the General Staff. You say they just didn't have the same knowledge of what the situation was on the ground, and we'll come back to that. But was it the same within the zone, though, or was it different? When you gave an order to one of your subordinates, did you consider that they were free to obey or disobey it as they wished? If you ordered one of the subordinates in your zone to do something or to refrain from doing something, was it understood that they must do what you say because it's an order, or was it everybody did whatever they wanted in your zone?
We never managed it properly because luckily war ended very speedily. However, we were trying to impose order. This does not mean, however, that we managed it.
No, I understand that, but when you, there were practical difficulties, but when you directed one of your senior subordinates to do something, did you expect them to do it?
Yes, that expectation was there all the time.
They would be required to do it.
Yes, they understood it.
You presumably, therefore, you wouldn't expect one of your senior subordinates to come back to you the following day and say, well, I've thought about it and I'm not going to obey that. I'm not going to obey that order because I think I know better than you. You wouldn't expect that within the zone from your senior commander.
This was not something that happened as a matter of course.
Just to pick up that answer, when you say this was not something that happened as a matter of course, can I just put the question to you a different way? Are you saying an order by you as zone commander to, let us say, the deputy zone commander, there the word order means an order. It's an order. Is that right?
Yes.
the status of the general staff.
Order işte.
It was an order.
You understand the distinction I'm drawing between the orders that were given at the zone level, which are orders to do something, and what you've described as being requests coming from the general staff, calling themselves orders, but they're actually discretionary.
E kuptoj ndryshimin, po.
I understand the difference. However, the war ended before the general staff was able to acquire the status of a respected hierarchy that would be able to issue orders to its commanders.
When you say they couldn't order anything or agree anything without our authority, they, the general staff, couldn't agree anything without the authority of the zone commanders, it follows that, in effect, they couldn't give you orders. Is that right? Because they wouldn't be in a position to enforce them.
It is clear they couldn't have been able to issue orders because we did not know them. We came to know them very late on. There was no mutual trust like the one that was created later, so they would not have been able to order me to do something against my will. I would have had to be convinced that the order was along the right lines.
Understand that that was the reality on the ground. It's just that it's not necessarily obvious to everybody in this courtroom how things operated in practice. I want to look at some of the implications of that. I'm going to come back in a minute to a meeting that you attended around the time of Rambouillet to discuss the perceptions you zone commanders had about the general staff. We'll look at the notes from that in a little while. But I want to ask, you mentioned, there's been quite a lot of mention in your notes and in your testimony so far of Ramesh Haradinaj, the commander of the Dukajin zone, through which you passed when you were going to Albania to collect and return weapons. And you told us that when that was happening, Commander Haradinaj would make the facilities of the zone available to you and so forth. So you knew each other quite well, I think. Is that right?
Po.
Yes. From that appointment onwards, we developed a good relationship, which we maintained.
Just to give again the flavour of the zone commander's view of the authority of the general staff, can you summarise for us as simply as possible how Ramesh Haradinaj thought of the general staff's visits into his zone and other zones? What did he say at meetings? What did he say out of meetings about the general staff and their authority versus the zone commanders and their authority? Did he have views on that subject, and if so, what were they?
I have difficulty expounding on his views because we did not show the requisite amount of respect for members of the general staff. I do not want to zero in on one of us personally, but that's...
The zone commanders did not show the requisite amount of respect for the general staff. Now, I'm not singling anybody out other than that there's been a trial in relation to the Ducajune zone, so things are known on the public record about that. But Ramesh Haradinaj, for example, he thought that the general staff were not really contributing, didn't he? He believed that he was the man with the guns, and he was a strong leader, had a great deal of popular support amongst people in his area of Kosovo, and he didn't really feel that the general staff contributed much to his part of the war effort, did he?
Can I phone socks?
You put it right.
Himself as effectively completely independent of the general staff, didn't he?
To be frank with you, that applied to every one of us.
Yourself, all zone commanders regarded themselves as completely independent of the general staff.
Almost all of us.
Meetings, but would you agree with me that Ramesh Haradinaj was somebody who expressed that disdain for the general staff in very clear terms?
You may describe it like that.
Just to the other zone commanders, but to the general staff themselves, is that right? And do you remember?
Yes.
Convened a meeting of the zone commanders shortly before, around the time of Ramboe, where the first speaker was Ramesh Haradinaj, and it was mounted a big attack on the general staff for appointing academics like Jakub Krasniqi rather than soldiers. Do you remember that meeting? It might help you if I say he began his speech by spraying the ceiling with an automatic weapon to get everybody's attention. Do you remember that occasion?
You do.
Yeah. Did he have a name that he used? Not a name. Did he have a term? Do you remember the term that he used to use regularly to describe the general staff in relation to the real fighters on the ground? One particular term that he used to use?
I don't want to spend time talking about this issue, but there have been many occasions where we have shown disdain for them. There have been occasions when we've forced them out of the meetings.
I mean, Ramesh Haradinaj used to describe them as tourists, didn't he? Remember that?
I do remember, but I don't want to talk about it.
I'm going to press you any further on that, but I am going to look at the minutes of one meeting where you've said some things with Ramesh Haradinaj, if you don't mind, because they're in the evidence anyway. Okay, so can we look then just at some of the comments you made to the SPO when they interviewed you about this topic, where it arose in your interview? Just 2 or 3 passages I want to put to you, and then invite you to comment or confirm. Now, the way I propose to do this, unless anybody objects, is to give the ERN and then just simply go on to read the passage and allow it to be translated. They're not very long passages. If anybody objects and thinks it's necessary to bring up each of the English and Albanian excerpts, please say so, but as we're essentially following the same practice that the prosecution used. So the first passage, the reference is 082894-TR-ET, part 10, page 5, line 25, and then on to the following page. The Albanian obviously has the same number, but there is a revised Albanian, which is the same reference, TRET, Part 10 revised, page 6, line 23. You were asked by Mr. Carney, who was questioning you, I think, about the evidence that the General Staff had sent out a message that zone commanders should have one identifiable detention facility rather than, I think, multiple facilities.
Your Honour's objection. I'd just ask Counsel to please, if he starts reading, to please read from line 19. It doesn't refer to a message.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me read the actual question to which you're responding. It's the response I'm interested in. The end of the question is: the General Staff ordered that the detention site be established. You see, one of the problems, as you know, about this interview, Your Honours, is that it's full of questions that are, to some extent, leading, sometimes misleading. And the question is not
objection
evidence.
again. There's no need to characterise the interview in order to pose the question he wants to put.
No. Yes, exactly. The General Staff ordered that the detention site be established to detain collaborators in the zone. Correct? You were asked, and you answered, yes, yes, I'm just trying to tell you that what had the most effect or influence over what we did was the needs, the circumstances, and the ambient that we were in. That affected us more than any order from the General Staff. I have lots of orders from the General Staff that I never put into practice. I couldn't. And also for this one, if the conditions weren't such that I believed, it says I believed achieve it, I wouldn't have achieved it. We came to a point that something had to be done, and we did the best thing that we could at the time. Is there anything about that statement of your attitude towards General Staff orders, bearing in mind how you've described them already as requests, is there anything in that answer that you would like to change or add or amend?
Yes,
No, I don't have anything else to add.
The passages, if I may. 082894, Part 2, page 8, line 12. You're being asked about the KLA regulations on discipline, and the question reads, but you'll agree that the regulations, in essence, speak of the KLA as being run on strict hierarchical lines, like a normal army. Answer, no. Question, you don't agree that the regulations say that? Answer, so it's true that the regulations say so, but during the whole time we were trying to implement the regulations, and in fact, even at the end of the war, we were still consolidating ourselves. We couldn't manage to realise these regulations. There wasn't a single unit, and then there's some undecipherable speech. There wasn't a single unit that fell, but it was our mission to implement the regulations. Do you stand by the statement that what is said in the regulations was never, in fact, implemented until before the end of the war? Is that your position?
Well,
yes, I stand by my statement.
In relation to the KLA provisional regulations for the life of the Army, I think it's described as the organisation of the Army's internal life. This is ERN 082894, Part 2, page 11, line 10. Your answer, when asked about them, is yes, and we were trying to implement these, but I'm telling you that the war found us still trying to consolidate without having achieved it. We had better fortune than we thought we would. We had assistance of our friends very quickly. In the zone where I was commanding, there was very little time that it was an active zone. The international forces intervened immediately. first of all as an intervention team, and then immediately after that as an attacker. But we never had the opportunity to systematise ourselves. Again, is there anything that you would wish to add or amend in relation to that? Is there more?
No, just to systematise ourselves like it was written in the regulation.
Oh, sorry. I do apologise. My quote has been cut off. I'm going to read the last sentence again. But we never had the opportunity to systematise ourselves like it was written in the regulations.
And I'd ask Council to please continue to line 21.
Give me a moment. But I do admit that we had the objective to achieve what was set out in the document, and we worked daily to achieve it. So my question is as before. Is there anything you would like to change about that answer?
I stand by my statement at the time.
These various answers that you gave the SPO collectively, you seem to be saying that of these documents, you tried to do what you could in the circumstances, but like orders from the General Staff, they were partly complied with and partly not complied with because you couldn't systematise it in time. Is that right?
Well,
correct.
Now, I want to move on onto another topic at this point. And it concerns a series of meetings in Kosovo and conversations in Kosovo about the conduct of the General Staff at around this time. And I'm going to start with the records of a meeting that the prosecution has disclosed and deduced as, I think it's now P182, at page, if we're calling it up, SPOE 00226397. It's a long exhibit, but this is one meeting within the exhibit that I'd like to pay some attention to. Could we call that document up, please? This is translated from an original manuscript note, and as you will see when it comes up on the bottom left, it's translated by the Special Prosecutor's Office. Tell me when it comes up.
Okay. If he's having trouble, we can give it the ERM.
Yeah. Well, I've given it the ERM. Do you want the ERM for the document? No, just wait.
If I can have everyone's indulgence, the computer is a bit...
I'm sorry, could you...
If I can have your indulgence for
Oh,
a
of
moment,
course,
please.
yes.
Thank you.
It's coming up.
Hmm?
The English is up. She's getting the Albanian.
Yeah. Do we have the Albanian as well? Brilliant. Why is it not up?
There.
Hmm? So as you see, on the left-hand side, handwritten notes of a meeting between 4 of the zone commanders and 2 representatives of the general staff. And you described to us that there were a series of meetings at various times where the zone commanders consulted or met with the general staff. And I think it was being suggested to you at one point by the SPO that these were meetings where the zone commanders were reporting to the general staff what's going on in their zone. And I just want to just look at this one with you. I think as we go through it, it may prompt your memory. This is the meeting at which Mr. Howdy and I began his speech by discharging an automatic weapon in the direction of the ceiling to get, I suppose, the attention of Mr. Zarapi and Mr. Salimi, because they were the only other people who weren't zone commanders there, apart from the deputies of the various zone commanders, of course. Now, we see the date is the 6th of February. The attendees are Ramesh Haradinai, yourself, Ekrem Reja, or I think that's Drini, is that correct?
Oh.
Correct.
Now, just to put this in context, you then, as I see, have Mr. Recep Salimi and Bislim Zarapi representing the general staff, and obviously this is in connection, amongst other things, with the reaction of the zone commanders to the change of personnel in the general staff as a result of the agreement to go to Rangwe the first time. And in particular, the appointment of Sokol Bashota and Jakub Krasniqi as deputy commanders, because the zone commanders all thought that there should be military men in these sorts of positions. That's the context, as you'll see as we go through. So if we just, and we're going to go through the first few pages one after the other, Madam Court Officer, if we may. So if we just turn over to 6398, first of all. It's just a brief summary of some of the topics.
Your Honour, just in terms of the summary that Council provided there, I don't believe there's an evidential basis to say that there was a change in personnel as a result
No, there
of
isn't
the
yet, but there will be as we go through the document.
To the
there will be, as it's clear on the document.
Could you finish first?
I don't believe it was accurate to say that there was a change of personnel in the general staff as a result of the agreement to go to Rambouillet the first time.
Very well. Well, we'll look through the document and matters will emerge. We have it here. So there's a list of topics that Mr. Haradinai raises initially. There's a reference there in the notes to Sokol Bashota saying that he doesn't trust the KLA leadership. Well, I won't give evidence about that. And there's a reference to the promotion of Jakub Krasniqi from spokesperson to deputy commander, hence the reference to change of status. And he then says, I'm ready to speak in public about my view of the war. And it says, the following note is, he reads from a paper which is then deposited to the general staff. Now, do you recall on that occasion, Mr. Harady and I made quite a lengthy speech from a piece of paper which he then left with the general staff as his comments and concerns?
Yes.
Over the page to 6399. You're the next to speak, Mr. Mustafa. And the first thing that you do is to say, in all operational areas, we are facing similar problems. I fully support what Ramesh said in his speech. there's then a passage which is to do with funding and financing, and there are various other issues referred to there. If we go over the page, this is still in your part of the minute, to 6400. The last two entries there are, I, that is you, proposed Bislim Zarapi for the post of KLA commander. He was at that time Chief of Staff, is that right?
Well,
That's right.
As a military man, he should be at the apex of the hierarchy, is that right?
well,
Yes.
Because if that happened, then you'd have a military man issuing orders rather than a group of civilians. Is that right?
well,
Yes.
And you make it clear that you personally, he says, personally I do not have any ambition for any posts. But in fact, am I right in saying that Bislim Zarapi was then promoted? Is that right, after this meeting? Is that right?
We can put it this way.
And then you make the observation, we in the General Staff are all responsible for this situation. We will not keep silent.
Your Honour, I would like to clarify that point, the reference to Bislim Zarapi being promoted after the meeting.
That was a question and an answer. It's on the transcript. We and the General Staff are all responsible for this situation. We will not keep silent any longer. When you said we will not keep silent any longer, can you remember what it was you weren't going to keep silent about anymore?
look at the context.
I don't know the context in which I said this, but it meant certainly that we would be more vocal about our objectives.
On over the next page for you to identify two of your concerns at 26401. And the first one is that the intelligence service cannot look after the army from abroad. The intelligence service cannot look after the army from abroad. Clearly that was a concern of yours, that some aspect of intelligence was being conducted from abroad, but that it was of no use to the army inside Kosovo. Do you remember that concern?
I'm not able to say now exactly what I meant when I spoke about the security service. But my position was always that people involved in the Kosovo Liberation Army should be on the ground. I did not want people to represent the Kosovo Liberation Army from abroad.
When you say you didn't want them to represent the Kosovo Liberation Army from abroad, do you mean by that leaving Ramboe aside, which is an issue of diplomatic representation, looking at the first part of your answer, are you saying that people who claim to have a role in the General Staff should be inside Kosovo if they're going to perform their roles effectively? Is that your complaint at the time?
That's correct.
I didn't think that the intelligence service was in that category of being inside Kosovo, looking after the army.
I am not certain what I was referring to exactly at the time.
And if we look to the second area of concern on that page, you're reiterating the need that commander level in the general staff should be a professional. I think we should appoint a professional as commander. I presume that means professional soldier rather than a doctor or a lawyer.
This is how I thought it.
What are the next words in Albanian? When a general soldier has been appointed, there isn't one now, but when the general staff is being commanded by a soldier, what do you say after that? I think we should appoint a professional as commander. Could you give us it in the Albanian? The next bit. Perhaps read the whole of that last point out in Albanian. It could be translated. Oh, is it difficult to read in Albanian? Let's just see.
It's difficult to read, it's barely legible. I cannot read the entire text, handwritten.
The translation that it's been given is, I think we should appoint a professional as commander who should be accountable to us, is what the translation that the prosecution have given to it. So they've obviously concluded that is its meaning. Now, can I ask you, would you then at that time have regarded it as necessary for any military commander who was appointed to the general staff to thereafter be accountable to the zone commanders?
We wanted, and we thought ourselves with the Chief of the General Staff, including Commander Selimi when he came to visit us. So we all together were the circle consisting of or composing the General Staff. We want to complete these positions. We viewed the other people as being at the political level. The Chief of Staff, the zone commanders, and the future commander would compose the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
And if I asked you to look at the text, it's not your handwriting, but if I ask you to look at the text, is the Albanian word for accountable in that text? Accountable to us? As far as you can have. So what is
the last sentence?
Just hear those words in context so they can be translated by the interpreter.
We think to be able, have the possibility to keep him under control, our control.
Now, if we look further, that was your view at the time, was it?
I thought the word control, I don't know how it's interpreted now, but what I meant was a person who had demonstrated his abilities on the ground, who was one of us in the war, and somebody we could trust. This is what I thought at that time, although the word control can be interpreted in different manners. This is what I thought exactly at that time.
Very helpful as far as it goes. When you say one of us, who are the one of? When you say one of us or one of them, what is the distinction? One of us, I am taking, means one of the senior military people. Is that right?
Someone from the fighters on the ground who has experience, who has demonstrated being loyal, who is faithful to the mission to liberate the country.
Is that right?
Someone who's been tested.
The conditions on the ground. Know what was being done, how things were happening.
Certainly, yes, yes.
Remaining members of the General Staff you thought didn't know what was happening on the ground. Is that correctly understood?
Ashtu kemi menduar në atë.
This is how we viewed it at the time.
And on the notion of were you all reporting to the General Staff, leaving aside the strong language and the firearm display at the beginning of the meeting, can we turn to page 640, just give me one moment. Yes, first of all, 6402, this is the introduction of the contribution by Suleiman Salimi. So he's referring to changes in the General Staff, and that's in answer to the question I was posed earlier on. At the second point, so 6402, yes. The appointments, he says, that have been made, so this is after they've been made, in the General Staff are a matter of concern. Sokol Bashota and Jakub Krasniqi. I think Sokol Bashota is not up to the job of Deputy Commander. Why do you think he thought that? Was that a general view amongst the zone commanders, that Sokol Bashota was not up to the job of a Deputy Commander?
Ashtu kemi menduar.
This is how we thought it at the time.
But as you say, as he says, sorry, in the last sentence there, the General Staff has ignored the requests we have made about this. You see that passage? The very last sentence. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So,
I know.
Wanted who? Who was it the General Staff? I'm sorry, I do apologise, slip of the tongue. Who was it the zone commanders? Who did the zone commanders want? No, I'm sorry, you've answered the question.
Can the witness be asked to repeat his answer, please?
Question, because I asked it the wrong way round. Who was it that the zone commanders wanted to see appointed as Deputy Commander?
I don't remember.
But looking at Suleiman Salimi's contribution and the fact that he says that the General Staff had ignored the requests we, that is the zone commanders, made, one gets the impression from your testimony and this note that the situation is this. A so-called order from the General Staff is treated as a request by the zone commanders, and despite the fact that the zone commanders are really in charge, the General Staff is ignoring a request by the zone commanders. Is that the actual position then, as it was in February?
Your Honour, that was a very compound
Well,
question.
I know there were problems. I know we had problems. But there were so many developments that I do not recall the details now.
And then I just wanted to turn, I think, the last 2 pages of this meeting. We could look at 6404, which is a continuation of the Suleiman Salimi contribution, second section, the second paragraph. He says, if we cannot find a common language with the General Staff, then there is no point in us meeting in the future. Many obstacles come from various places, and it is not that they don't work, but they lack the professional skills. So, I mean, first of all, does that reflect the general view of the zone commanders? There was no adequate common language between them and the general staff.
Your Honour, I believe it would be helpful for him to specify the quote where it says many obstacles have come from, because there's specific names given there. It doesn't say various sources.
Doper and Placard. But the question I was asking, in fact, was did the zone commanders at that time think that there was an absence of a common language, a common way of doing things, a common view between themselves and the general staff?
Yes, this was clear that we didn't have a common voice and that there were incompatibilities.
Was Mr. Salimi that unless they start listening, as far as I'm going to suggest to you, unless his statement was unless they start listening to us, I'm going to stop coming to these meetings. We shouldn't meet with them anymore. You see that?
Eddie.
Yes, I know.
Zone commanders that, frankly, these meetings were a bit of a waste of time.
Yes, it was an issue of great concern.
No, I mean, we look at the minutes. There's nothing of any detail at all in these minutes about detention centres or about specific. There's occasionally a reference to a specific operation. There's one reference to an individual who'd been detained. But by and large, these do not seem to be reports passing information from the zones to the general staff, but rather a hammering out at a high policy level of who's really in charge here. Is that fair?
Counsel, I have said it many times, the detention of people was not an issue at stake as far as we were concerned.
No, I'm asking to leave. Shall I leave? Thank you. We'll leave that there. Now, that's the 6th of February. I want to ask you about a detail arising in connection with an intercepted telephone call between yourself and Adam Thaci.
Your Honour, there's an issue regarding the classification of material, and I would request that we do this in private session.
Absolutely. Can we go into private session for that question, please?
Please take us into private session.
Do you see the last answer he gave to your characterizing it as a highlight?
Your Honours, we're in open session.
Thank you very much. Just for the sake of the record, I'm showing you now document P227. It's the fragment of a record of individuals who attended a meeting, which includes yourself, between Rambouillet 1 and Rambouillet 2. It's not dated document that we have, but it must therefore be between the end of Rambouillet 1 and the start of Rambouillet 2, because it's the nature of the discussion is about, if you see halfway down the second paragraph, the General Staff is in favour of saying yes to the agreement. This is based on positive opinions held in the army, various Albanian state forums, opinions held by Albanian personalities with authority in the political and social domain, as well as the influence by various international mechanisms.
Your Honour, if I recall correctly, the witness was unable to confirm what this related to when it was put to him on direct.
I'm sorry, could you...
That's correct.
I'm just looking at Mr. Lawson's comment. No, in a moment, I'm going to try to just clarify a question on the list of attendees. This is simply about an idea of the date.
Well, he ought to identify it first, but if he can't, go ahead.
Well,
we'll let you hook it up later.
Yes. I mean, I think, as we can see from the original, Mr. Mustafa's signature is on the document as one of the attendees. If you just bring up the signatures and the names, you will see, I think, Mr. Mustafa, your name and signature as one of those who are present at this meeting.
Thaci.
Kadri Vasili was present at the meeting.
That's what I see written down there.
Who had been part of the Rambouillet delegation, like Mr. Thaci. Yes?
Yes.
So, now I want to put that in the context, if I may, of what you've told us about your interactions with Mr. Vasili, because you gave evidence, bearing this document in mind, you gave evidence in your testimony in chief on the 13th of July. You were asked the following question. This is page 21, line 14 for those following. Question from Ms. Lawson. What was Kadri Vasili's role in the General Staff? Answer, I knew and respected him. I knew he was in the General Staff. However, I know him a lot less than the others we've been discussing here. I'm not sure that I was aware of what position he held during the war. After the war, a lot has emerged that may affect the way I think now of what I thought at the time. I don't think I've ever discussed his position, so there's nothing to say. So, looking at those documents together for a moment, or looking at that document in the light of your testimony, can we just glean one or two propositions? First of all, you've told us you knew Mr. Vasili much less well than the others that you've mentioned on the General Staff, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
And he wasn't somebody who attended your zone at any time, to your knowledge, as whilst you were zone commander.
As far as I know, he never came.
And generally speaking, he wasn't at the meetings of the General Staff when the zone commanders went to see them, was he?
Yes.
Is it right, because you mentioned the time of Rambouillet in your testimony earlier, can I ask you specifically, do you remember a meeting at which Mr. Vasili was present between the end of Rambouillet 1 and the beginning of Rambouillet 2?
Yes, I do remember that we met.
And is that the only time that you met Mr. Vasili at a meeting with the general staff and others?
I think so.
Was to identify the document, and which has both your signatures on it, as a document that was written at that time. Would you agree?
I do not recognize this document, but there is no reason for me to object to it.
Yes, it's simply a question of establishing that since that's the only time you met each other in the context of official business, it must be that meeting, mustn't it?
Your Honour, that wasn't what the witness confirmed.
Yes, I think so.
Yes, in fact, he said, I think so before as well. So he did affirm it. If there's something I've got wrong, of course, Mr. Wilson should correct me.
It was just the phrasing of the question. The prior question did not relate to any contact on official business. You were referring to specifically general staff meetings.
Oh, well, very well. Official business is perhaps better for my purposes than the narrower formulation. So we now, as you say, Your Honour, had a confirmation on that basis. Would that be a convenient moment to break?
Yes, and we aren't hurrying you. We just need to break for that purpose, yes.
Yes.
You still have some more cross-examination.
For Monday, yes.
Okay. All right. Madam Usher, you may escort the witness out. Thank you for being with us all week. We will see you again Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Mr. Roach, you had a presentation to make?
Thank you, Your Honour. In relation to the possibility of the registry facilitating a video link for witness 4586, the short answer is yes, we can facilitate that. We have the arrangements in place. If there are any specific issues that you would like me to expand upon, I can, but really we are able to facilitate it without any difficulty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have an oral order authorizing the video conference testimony for 4586, which I will read into the record. In F01672, the SPO requested the trial panel to authorize the testimony of witness 04586 to take place by video conference. The SPO submitted that granting the request for video conference testimony would be beneficial for the witness, would allow for efficiency in the conduct of the proceedings, and would not be prejudicial to or inconsistent with the rights of the accused. The defense did not oppose the SPO's request. At the outset, the panel recalls that while video conference testimony should not be considered only on an exceptional basis, the presence in the courtroom of a witness during testimony remains the preferred option. The panel considers that witness 04586 is a reserve witness and that the need for this witness to testify next week has arisen only today as a result of the parties' realization that the testimony of witness 04746 will be concluded earlier than estimated. The panel recalls that due to the nature of reserve witnesses, a degree of flexibility is required when matters arise concerning their scheduling. The panel also considers the witness's age, the concerns over the witness's psychological well-being, if the witness were required to travel, and the fact that the defense did not oppose the request for video conference testimony. The panel is satisfied that allowing the witness to testify via video conference would not result in undue prejudice to the accused, as the defense will remain able to cross-examine the witness, and witness 04586 testifying via video conference therefore does not impede the defense's ability to confront witness 04586. Having carefully considered the SBO's request and the defense's responses, the panel is satisfied that the SBO has established that the circumstances warrant allowing reserve witness 04586 to testify via video conference. The panel is satisfied that this will not cause prejudice to the accused and will contribute to the fair and expeditious nature of the proceedings. For these reasons, the panel authorizes witness 04586's testimony to take place via video conference link in accordance with Rule 144. This concludes the panel's order. Anything else from anybody?
Merely a further update, Your Honour, and a further reduction on estimated time for cross-examination of this witness. I would now update it to a maximum of 2 hours. Thank you.
Review over the weekend. I'd prefer not to give a firm estimate. My overall estimate was under 2 hours, and I'm about an hour and a half in. So.
Okay. Thank you.
We anticipate to be shorter as well, Your Honour.
Thank you. Anything from the prosecution before we leave? Mr. Laws, anything from you?
No, thank you.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you all for this long week. We will see you Monday morning. Hopefully I can talk.
All rise.